Okay, Prof. Wisnu. Rundown for this days. Okay. Opening remarks from Dr. Petrus Mursanto, then Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi as Chairman IEEE Indonesia section. We will start from 1 p.m. maybe, Prof.
Okay, maybe we will still with the Pak Dr. Mursanto as a Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, and then maybe he will be opening speech 5 minutes from our Dean and also from IEEE Indonesia section. How about Pak Wahyudi? Is 5 minutes is enough? But up to you. 5 minutes ada
Yes.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then maybe we already opened the attendee one by one maybe, and then how about the YouTube channel? We will open also in 5 o'clock. Oh, already. Right.
Salam kenal Pak Wahyudi.
Salam kenal Pak Hari. Prof. Assalamualaikum. Nice to meeting you again, Professor Aki.
Tell me, what is the meaning of this Fasilkom?
Fasilkom is Faculty of Computer Science, Prof. Aki. But in Indonesia, Fakultas Ilmu Komputer in bahasa. Yes, in shorten. Okay. Fasilkom.
Thank you.
And maybe Fasilkom is the first faculty computer science in Indonesia.
I see.
Usually not belong a faculty, just a department, but in our university is faculty of computer science.
I see.
Yeah, the first name is Pusat Ilmu Komputer, Computer Science Center. Computer Science Center. Okay.
I'm sorry, Pak Dr. Mursanto WA to me because some networking problem. Please wait 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, because the internet connection is quite unstable now in his house. Maybe he will restart. Need 2 or 3 minutes.
Mas Robi, Mas Hamid, don't forget to record in this Zoom session. Did you already turn on recording? Mas Robi, Mas Hamid, are you there?
Yes, of course. Maybe in 1 p.m. we will start to record the session.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Yeah.
Sometimes we forget it. Just realize in the middle of the event.
Okay, maybe we will wait. Oh, okay, Pak. Our dean is already joined. Welcome, Pak Dr. Petrus Mursanto.
Hello.
Hello,
Good
Pak.
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Prof. Akinori.
Good
Nice to
afternoon.
meet you.
Pak Mursanto.
Good afternoon, Pak Mursanto.
Good afternoon.
Suara saya jelas nggak ya?
Yes?
Jelas, Pak.
Jelas ya, oke, makasih.
Jelas.
Okay, is everything ready? Can we start? Maybe at 1 o'clock?
Photo session first, maybe, Prof.
Okay. Maybe moderator will be arranged. Okay, please Mas Hamid or Mbak Santi, please arrange.
Photo session first, maybe, Prof. and others. Okay, I will count. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay. One more. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to all participants for joining the Academic Reputation Program Fasilkom Universitas Indonesia workshop. The topic of this workshop is how to write a quality technical paper and tricks for a publication. My name is Sandi, and I will be your MC today. Before we begin, let me read the rundown of today's workshop. First, we have opening remarks from the Acting Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Petrus Mursanto. Second, we have opening remarks from the Chairman of the IEEE Indonesia section as our technical support, Bapak Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. At the main event, we have two speakers today, Professor Akinori Nishihara from Tokyo Institute of Technology, and Dr. Mahardhika Pratama from Nanyang Technological University for second session. Without further ado, please Bapak Dr. Petrus Mursanto to give opening remarks for our event. Bapak
Thank you,
Dr.
Mbak Santi. Good afternoon to all of you, our distinguished speakers, audiences, students, and our colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, om swastiastu, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Please allow me to share my slide. Is it visible now?
Yes,
So, okay, Pak Mursanto.
you can see.
We praise to the Almighty as today we are given this wonderful opportunity to meet through this online media for the opening of Fasilkom UI Research Month, a series of webinars for enhancing research experience towards the IEEE and IEEE 2021. This webinar is also a part of event series in Fasilkom UI Dies Natalis, in which celebrates the 35th this year. The whole activities of this research month is held thanks to the Academic Reputation Enhancement Program granted by Direktorat of Academic Development and Learning Resources, DPA, for 2 study programs in Fasilkom, that is Master and Doctoral degree in Computer Science. This is a brief motivation of the grant. UI, Universitas Indonesia, wants to accelerate collaboration with other universities at home as well as abroad for the implementation of educational programs, which is popularly known as Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. The collaboration covers various students' activities outside their home study programs. To achieve this goal, DPA has granted around 50 study programs, including our master and doctoral degree in computer science, to conduct programs for enhancing academic reputation, particularly for Fasilkom UI. The programs consist of 4 sub-programs. The sub-programs are the first, Global Academic Program. This is a non-degree program that is oriented for activities in the form of short courses, credit transfers, and certified international internships. Second is a visiting professorship. It is oriented towards developing international collaboration by conducting staff exchanges, collaborative scientific and academic development programs, research guidance, external examiners, guest lectures, workshops, and others. The third is international benchmarking. This is for the development and optimization of collaborative involvement of international lecturers, staffs, researchers through programs such as external reviews, collaboration for engagement and enrichment, and joint academic supervision. And the fourth is a diaspora scientist visitation program. This is for the development and optimization of cooperation with international diaspora scientists, affiliates with foreign universities or institutions through programs, among others, curriculum and academic capacity development, development of the potential capacity of the study programs in terms of research, publication, citation, guest lectures, workshops, development of academic collaboration and cooperation, and so on. The Academic Reputation Enhancement is a 2-year program commencing from last year to 2020. This is what we had in the first batch during last year. That is delivering short courses, visiting professorship and diaspora scientist visitation, in particularly in the topic of artificial intelligence. This is a documentation of a lecture by Prof. Chin Chun from Seoul National University, talked about MEMS, micro electromechanical system technology for sensor application. This is another documentation of the lecture by Prof. Lance Fung from Murdoch University, Australia, delivering talks on education and ethics in digital society. Then this is a screen captured from a lecture by Professor Taufik from California Politeknik State University, talking about DC electricity for future homes and distributed generation, or DG, grid with distributed renewable energy source. This is another screenshot from Diaspora Scientist Visitation, a discussion on the incremental learning of deep evolving denoising autoencoder. Also, this is a lecture by Dr. Muhammad Hilman from University of Melbourne, Australia, talking about uncertainty in the cloud, how online machine learning can leverage the nature of its dynamic performance. For the second batch, we plan this year in 2021, we have a series of webinars presenting Professor Akinori Nishihara, Professor Tsukasa Hirashima, Dr. Martin Srat, Hendrik Skibe, Ph.D., Dr. Wahyu Kaserendra, and then Mahardhika Pratama, Ph.D., and also Adila Alfa Krishnadi, Ph.D. Topics covered in this webinar series are machine learning and its application, AI in biomedical analysis, learning engineering, user experience, and scientific article writing. For today's webinar, we already have Prof. Akinori Nishihara with us, and also Mas Mahardhika Pratama, Ph.D. Welcome, Prof. Akinori and Mas Pratama. Thanks for your presence today. I believe that the audiences will learn a lot from what you will share with us today. In this occasion, I would like to highly appreciate for contributions and hard work of the organizing committee, Prof. Wisnu Chatmiko as the host, Dr. Kurnianingsih and Pak Hari Budi Santoso, Ph.D. as the moderators, and IEEE Indonesia section headed by Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi, who have supported and made this event a success. I also want to call on our institution partners, Defense University, Universitas Pertahanan, and National Cyber and Cryptography Politeknik as the co-host for this webinar. Finally, enjoying the seminar over the whole series of Fasilkom Research Month, we will hear presentation and discussion mainly related to AI implementation and applications. Through the lively discussion that are sure to follow, we will undoubtedly learn from one another by exchanging valuable viewpoints. I hope you all find an enjoyable and rewarding experience. So hereby, I would like to announce that the Fasilkom UI Research Month is now officially open. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, 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 Om Namo Buddhaya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Dr. Mursanto, for great opening remarks for this event. Okay, now please Bapak Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi as Chairman of IEEE Indonesia section to give opening remarks for our event. Please, Dr. Wahyudi.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sandi. So I request your permission to share my screen. So I believe it's been shown already now, right?
Yes, Pak Wahyudi.
Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, researchers, professional, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, prosperous warmth and greetings. First of all, let me thank Honorable Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, University of Indonesia, Dr. Petrus Mursanto, and also Honorable Professor Wisnu Jatmiko for inviting me to give a few words at the opening of the second batch of Academic Reputation Enhancement Grant Program event. Honorable Professor Akinori, Nishihara, and Honorable Mahardhika Pratama, Ph.D. as speakers, and also Honorable Dr. Kurnianingsih, Dr. Hari Budi as moderator, students, and all participants. As chair of the IEEE Indonesia section, I'm happy to welcome you to the second batch Academic Reputation Enhancement Grant Program event. And IEEE Indonesia would like to thanks for the opportunity to become technical co-sponsor of University of Indonesia Academic Reputation Enhancement Program. The first batch has been informed by the Dean, has been conducted in December 2020 with several prominent professors and speakers, and also including diaspora scientists visitations. And if we can look for the speakers, we can see that there are several speakers related to the IEEE. The first is Professor Kuk Jin Chun, our prominent professor from Seoul National University, and he also is a vice chair and secretary of IEEE Region 10 from 2019 to 2012, and also he is a member of IEEE MGA SDEA committee. And also the second prominent professor is Professor Akinori Nishihara from Tokyo Institute of Technology. He has also become the director of IEEE Region 10 from 2019 to 2020, and also strategic planning coordinator of IEEE Region 10 from 2007 to 2010. And another speaker related to IEEE is Professor Lansefung from Murdoch University. He is our IEEE Region 10 Director-elect from 2021 to 2020, and as a director from 2023 to 2024. And also Professor Lance also is IEEE Region 10 Chair of Educational Activity Committee. And also another prominent professor is Professor Taufik from California Polytechnic University. He is a chair of IEEE Power and Energy Society Chapter, Central Coast Sections, and also he is the chair of IEEE Central Coast Station from 2004 to 2005. And now we are entering the batch the second batch starting from March to April 2021. And we can see here there is a lot of speakers and prominent professors as well. And I believe that we can learn a lot from all the professors and all the distinguished speakers in the second batch. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very good opportunity, I also would like to inform you that and also encourage all of you to become a member of IEEE. As you know, there are several benefits to become a member of IEEE. IEEE, as we know, is the largest professional organization in the world. And then by become a member of the IEEE, we can have we can keep our technically current, and also we will have a large of professional networking. We know that IEEE has more than 3,000 96,000 members around 160 countries in the world, so that we have a lot of networking of opportunity. As well, IEEE also have another continuing education, so not only in the higher education, but we have also another program in continuing education. We will have another benefit of discount for several activities, and also we have humanitarian program. And of course, by having this, become a member of this big organization, of course we can keep become a global benefit finder in all around the world. And also in this very nice opportunity, I also would like to inform all of you that IEEE Indonesia section has been established in 1988. So it has been 33 years in Indonesia now. And we can see that the membership development in IEEE Indonesia is always growing year by year. And we are reaching now about more than 2,000 members. And then we also have several organization units, like one side or a special interest group on e-health and telemedicine. And we also have 2 affinity groups, which is young professional and women in engineering. And currently we have 26 technical chapters and joint chapters. And this month we just have 1 new joint chapters. And also for the students, we have increasing now to 27 university student branches. Just recently, we added 2 more university that has student branches as well in Indonesia. And for your information, we are also sponsoring more than 60 conferences annually. And we just to inform you that Indonesia section is the sponsorship organization is the third country in the IEEE Region 10 in Asia Pacific. So we can imagine a lot of conferences that we are sponsoring each year. And we know that IEEE conference is, of course, is a very high quality conference, and it is published in IEEE Explorer, which is indexed by Scopus, World of Science, and major databases. And I also would like to inform you that we have from January to March 2021, we already have several activities. So those activities is, we have a key point for that. So of course, the activities should be facilitating, developing, exchanging, and networking. So all these key points should become a benefit for the members and also for the nation. For example, we have here some meetings with the Directorate General of Higher of Education, Ministry of Education, and in beginning of February. And based on the meeting, we now have we are finalizing an agreement with the Directorate General of Higher Education to have a cooperation and synchronization of IEEE Indonesia program and program of higher education in Indonesia. As well, we have several activity like IEEE conference leadership workshops, and we are giving many conference management series webinars to all of our people. And then a few months ago, just we also make webinar for professional development workshop, early career life with IEEE, and some student activity as well. So all those activities, as I mentioned to you, is for the benefit of the members and also for the nation benefit. So I would like to encourage you to visit us in our website in IEEE.id, and you can also follow us to see all our activities and networking activities in our social media. And of course, in this very good occasion, again, I would like to congratulate University of Indonesia to make this second batch happen. And I wish you enjoy this webinar. And of course, we will learn a lot with from our prominent professor and distinguished speakers. with all of that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Dr. Wahyudi, for great opening remarks for this event. Now it is time for the main event. I would like to invite our moderator of today's session, Dr. Kurnianingsih. Please, Dr. Kurnianingsih, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Santi. Yeah, okay. Let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, Dr.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for joining today's event on enhancing research experience route to ICACIS IWBIS 2021, organized by Fasilkom Universitas Indonesia Research Month. As explained by the Dean, Dr. Petrus Mursanto, that now we are in the second batch programs during these 2 months, March and April. And for today's event, we will focus on scientific writing. So we will have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Professor Akinori Nishihara, and the second speaker later is Dr. Mahardhika Pratama. Now I'm going to introduce the first speakers. So the first speaker is Professor Akinori Nishihara. Currently, he serves as the executive producers at the Tokyo Academy for Super Smart Society at Tokyo Institute of Technology since March 2020. He was a designated professor since April 2017 at Human Asset Promotions Program for Innovative Education and Research at Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. He was professor since April 2011 until March 2016. So he's a professor of emeritus now. He was with the Department of Human System Science, Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. Currently, he serves as IEEE Region 10 past director. So he was the director of Region 10 in 2019 until 2020. He is also serving as IEEE auditor since 2020 until 2022. He obtained a bachelor degree in physical electronics from Tokyo Institute of Technology in 1973. He obtained master engineering degree in electronics from Tokyo Institute of Technology in 1975. And he obtained the Doctor of Engineering degree in electronics from Tokyo Institute of Technology in 1978. He received several awards. Some of them he received Excellent Educational Practices Award in 2017. He also received commendations for science and technology by Minister of Education, Culture, Sport, Science and Technology, Japan in 2016. He also received IEEE Region 10 Outstanding Volunteer Award in 2015, and he also received the Best Engineering Teacher Award from Tokyo Institute of Technology in 2014. He already published so many research article journals and also conference papers, and he also already published several books. Welcome to all participants online via Zoom and YouTube channels. Thank you for joining us today. So you may interact with our speakers by writing your comments and questions through the Q&A in the Q&A box in the Zooms. Okay, thank you for the introduction. Now it's time for Professor Akinori Nishihara to deliver talk. Professor Akinori, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for a kind introduction, Dr. Nia. Well, I'm very pleased and honored to be invited by University of Indonesia and IEEE Indonesia section. Well, actually, my first foreign country is Indonesia, and I visited UI, University of Indonesia, in 1979, March. Well, I guess most of you were not yet born at that time, but that was my first foreign visit. And today I will talk about how to write a quality technical paper. Okay, by the way, this is the picture of our main building at Tokyo Institute of Technology. Well, this winter was rather warm and already cherry blossoms finishing. But this is the most beautiful season. Okay, already introduced by Dr. Nia, but I'm now Professor Emeritus, and but I still work for Tokyo Institute of Technology. And I'm serving as IEEE volunteer since 1995. I served as IEEE Region 10 Director. Region 10 is Asia and Pacific last year and the year before the last. And Region 10 is the largest region among all 10 regions in the world. We have more than 32% of the membership in Asia and Pacific. Well, you know, last year we suffered from COVID-19 and IEEE membership dropped, except Region 10. Region 10 was healthy even during the COVID pandemic. And I have published such papers, and I served as associate editor and also editor-in-chief. So I will use some experiences I had. It's already long before, but well, IEEE is world's largest technical professional society to advance technology for the benefit of humanity. So I hope many of you are already IEEE members, but if you are not, please think of becoming a member. By a member of IEEE, I learned a lot, and I had many friends, like people here. So it is very important to be a part of the community. Okay, so IEEE has more than 400,000 members, and there are 46 technical societies and councils in more than 160 countries, and the number of student members is like this. So you see among 400,000, more than 100,000 are student members. And especially in Asia Pacific, there are many student members. And we have so many annual conferences, more than 1,900. And we have more than 5 million technical documents in IEEE Explore. And we have top-cited journals and magazines and so on. And there are many active standards like Wi-Fi or Internet of Things and so on. Okay. And well, IEEE is a leading society in terms of publications. So in electrical and electronic engineering, 27 of the top 30 journals are from IEEE. And in telecommunications, 21 of the top 25 are from IEEE. And of course, in computer science and especially artificial intelligence, IEEE transactions on pattern analysis and machine intelligence is number 1. And transactions on evolutionary computation is number 3. And transaction on cybernetics is number 5. And in imaging science and photographic technology, we have number 1, number 4, and number 5. And there are many others. Please visit IEEE Publications website and see which IEEE journals are top-cited ones. Okay, today's topic is how to write quality technical papers. And for academic journals and conferences, there are many stakeholders. You see, the first one I put here is editors. Editors are responsible for quality of the journal. So they are very important. And of course, we need authors who write papers, and they wish to see their papers accepted and published and having impact. But for the papers to be accepted, we need referees or reviewers who review the content of the papers submitted. So they deliver a community service. So reviewers are doing that job as volunteers. In many cases, they are not paid. There may be some exceptions, but in many cases, they are volunteers. And of course, we have many readers. They wish to find interesting materials in a journal or in a conference. And of course, we have publishers. They are responsible for the general operational framework. So IEEE is considered to be one of the publishers, but there are many private companies. There are many big publishing companies who publish many kinds of journals. Okay, so when you write a paper, you have to consider where to publish. First, you have to consider whether you publish the paper in a journal or as a conference article. Okay, and journal articles are a fully developed presentation of your work. So original research results should be presented, and clear conclusions are made and supported by the data. So journal articles are usually more matured work. On the contrary, a conference article can be written while research is ongoing. So you can publish your work in the middle of your pathway. So you can present preliminary results or highlight recent work. And then you can get informal feedbacks, which can be used in your further research. So in the middle of your research, you can present your work and get feedback. So the discussion after the presentation will be very important. And in terms of the length, number of pages, conference articles are typically shorter than journal articles and with less detail. In many cases, conference articles have page limitations, limited by 4 pages, 5 pages, 6 pages, or sometimes for short papers, 2 pages or so. So to choose the journals or conferences, you have to check the aims and scopes of the journal or conference, and the journals usually have ranking. Well, recently there are many rankings, like university ranking, and so similarly, journals have a ranking like impact factor. Okay, impact factor is related to how many citations are made for a paper, and impact factor is a number associated with the journal, not as a paper. So, for example, Nature or Science, those top journals have a very high impact factor. But, well, that's exceptionally very high. Usually we target not so high impact factor journals. And another important point is timely publications. Okay, in some journals, it may take a few years till your paper is published. And well, but recently journals are only electronic, not in paper printed. So the recent trend is just online publishing. So it's easier, much easier than printing on papers. So backlog is not so much. And also access option. We have many open access papers, open access journals, or in a single journal, there may be open access articles and others. So open access means anybody can access. So even though you don't subscribe that journal, you can go to the journal's website and then you can see the papers. Okay, and then, yeah, first you have to consider, why do you write a paper? Okay, are you writing this paper for the sake of writing a paper, or do you want to show how others can benefit from your work? Yeah, especially for PhD students, publishing papers is very important to get your PhD degree. So publishing itself may be an object of your achievement, but basically, by writing a paper, you have to show what you find or what you achieved for the benefit of others or benefit of the scientific community. Okay, so you can publish a paper, but it should help readers. Not all the readers, but some readers who are interested in that topic. So this is very important. Then who writes scientific papers? Well, of course, scientists, engineers, educators, and researchers from many sectors, including academia, industry, and government. Okay, but students typically write and present conference papers before submitting journal articles, and in many cases, having journal articles published is a prerequisite to get your PhD degree. So you have to carefully choose the journal and conference so that you have better publications in total. Okay, now I will show the paper structure. This is the typical structure of technical papers. First, you have to write a title and then a short abstract. Depending on the journals, the number of words is limited to, for example, 100 words or 200 words or 500 words, depending on the journal. And you have to give several keywords. And then starting from introduction, and you have to write methodology, and then results, discussions, and findings, and then conclude your paper. Of course, you have to give references which are related to your research. Okay. So first, let's start with a title. A good title should tell the main topics of your research and should highlight the importance of the research and should answer the reader's question, is this article relevant to me? Oh, sorry, T is missing here. And so that the title should grab the reader's attention. Okay, so titles are first thing readers pay attention. So if titles look interesting, people will read further. So you have to describe the content of a paper using the fewest possible words. So the title should be concise, and the title should uses some keywords and avoid jargon. Okay, jargon is a shortened word usually used in a certain community. So in the title, you should avoid jargons. For example, I put two titles. The first one is a new method of image blur restoration. Okay, so this shows that the paper handles image blur restoration. That's okay. But yeah, here it is a new method. But consider who published old methods. Okay, it should be something new. So a new method does not mean anything. Okay, so you have to write what is new and in what way. So, for example, this is the title, revised title: Restoration of Images Degraded by Linear Motion Blurred Objects in Still Background. So the situation is clarified. You see now you are seeing my face, and background is a virtual background, so it's still background. And then I can move like this. Okay, so then you see blur. And if the motion is linear motion, in that case, this method can restore such blur. So it's clearer in this second title than the first one. Well, not only the main title of the paper, you have to consider chapter titles. In some cases, you see chapter titles as introduction, theory, method, experiment, discussion, and conclusion. Well, this is okay. This is in a sense that the paper has this style, but you don't know, you don't guess the content. But if you write in this way, for example, first introduction, then noise reduction method, then chapter 3 is 2 microphone subband noise reduction. So probably this is the method of your proposal, and then experimental results, and probably including discussion, and finally conclusion. So by this chapter titles, you can guess the content to some extent. So I think this is better than this very general chapter titles. Well, then abstract. Abstract is a condensed version of the article. So in a limited number of words. So after title, readers usually read this abstract to see, to guess the title. And if readers are interested in the content, he or she will read further. So abstract is very important. You have to state the problem and its solution, and importance of this problem or this solution, and conclusion. So you write not general facts nor trends, but you have to write what you have done in this research. And don't write background in this abstract. Background can be written in introduction. Okay, and don't copy introduction nor conclusion. And usually we don't cite references. Of course, when you write the problem you are going to solve, you refer to the previous method or existing method, but in many cases you don't cite the reference. You just state there was a problem in this and this, not citing the references, and you solve this and say how this is important, in what way, and so on. Okay, this is a bad example of abstract. Well, actually, this is an abstract of my colleagues, and well, it says like this. In this paper, a new design idea for Class A CMOS second generation current conveyor is discussed. Okay, this is similar to that one. Which one? This one, a new method of image blur restoration. It says new method, and the area is written here, but here they say a new design idea for Class A CMOS second generation current conveyor. So we understand that they have some new idea, but we cannot guess what it is. Okay, but the second sentence is based on the proposed idea. Okay, they say the proposed idea, but they don't explain what it is. So we don't know what is the proposed idea, but they just say based on the idea, a new architecture for a CMOS CC2 is presented. and follows some other sentences. But the important thing is you have to say what kind of idea is it, okay? Well, sometimes it may not be easy to explain the idea in a short sentence, but you have to try. And you have to give keywords, several keywords. Keywords will help your paper easily found by search engines. Nowadays, full text search is possible. So keywords may not be so important compared to 10 or 20 years ago, but still proper keywords should be given. And it will increase the number of readers, because some readers just search by keywords. Then they may read the paper, and they can cite your papers. So proper keywords will increase the number of readers and possibly lead to more citations. Okay, so in general, a few keywords, up to 5 or 6 words, are recommended depending on the journals. Okay, introduction. So here you have to show background information about the topic and problem statement. What is the problem you are dealing with, and importance of that problem. Okay, and you have to clarify the position of your research and differences from existing research and advantages of your approach. Okay, so that readers become interested in your work. Okay, after introduction, you have to show more in detail about your research. First, problem should be formulated with probably with some assumptions. And if you have assumption, then you have to show the validity of that assumption. Yeah, for mathematical treatment, you may have to assume something, but you have to show that assumption is okay with real world problems. And then formulated problem should be solved. So the processes used to solve the problem should be written. And you may have some hypothesis. So you have to prove or disprove the hypothesis. And in writing this methodology part, you may use subheadings to separate different methodologies. Okay, you have to go step by step. Then you can go, for example, chapter 3.1, and then chapter 3.2, and so on. And you cite references for existing method. Okay. Well, in many cases, your method may not be completely new. So there should be some existing methods. But you don't need to fully explain the existing method, but you can write only key points. And for details, readers recommended to read the references. And well, you have to state all the parameters with appropriate reasoning. For numerical experiments, you have to set parameters. Okay, so you have to show the reasoning, how you choose that parameters. Okay, and to show the results, you can use tables, figures, and graphs, which are better for readers to understand the content. Of course, you have to explain by words, sentences, but tables, figures, and graphs have more effects so that readers can understand the content. Okay, and you show the results, discussions, and findings. So you demonstrate that you solved the problem, or not completely solved, but you made a significant advances. So in the results part, you clearly summarize the data. And in discussion part, you examine the results objectively and logically and interpret them. Okay. And describe the limitations of your study. Okay. In many cases, one method has some limitation to apply that method. So you have to clearly state that this method has this and this limitations. But it's okay if your method is applicable to certain problems, then it's okay. And usually you compare your results with others and show how better your methods are. Finally, conclusion. Then you summarize your research has achieved and analyze attainment of goals shown in introduction. In introduction, you show the problem statement. So in this conclusion, you have to say that the goals or problems are fully solved or solved in certain extent. And you have to provide benefits and shortcomings of your results. Well, usually you would like to stress the benefits, but you need to say shortcomings too. Okay, there are two sides. In some sense, it is good, but in other cases, it may not be so useful, but you have to show this clearly. And you can suggest future areas for research. And you have to list the relevant articles, previous methods or something like that. And you have to specify the origin of ideas. Okay. In your article, you show your ideas, but in some parts, you have origin of that idea in a different paper by others. So you have to respect those people. And by showing references, you can justify your claims. And from references, associate editors may pick up reviewers from your references because the authors of references are experts in that field of your paper. So associate editor have to find suitable reviewers, but reviewers may be in the list of references. And also by the list of references, you show that you have a good literature review. So you should not miss important papers in that field. Okay, so here I will show the review systems. There are many variations, but basically we have open review, blind review, and half-blind review. And this is the dominant system. Yeah, in the case of open review, reviewers and authors are open. So reviewers can know who wrote this paper. And authors can know who reviewed that paper. So in many cases, the system may be biased. So blind review may be better for the sake of equity, but it's costly and rather difficult to implement or even infeasible. Okay, so when you submit a paper, your paper has authors' names and affiliations, but those parts are deleted and given to reviewers. And authors do not know who reviewed that paper. So half-blind is workable and satisfactory to most stakeholders. Well, even if authors' names are hidden, some reviewers can guess who wrote this article. So in this half-blind, authors' names are shown to reviewers, but reviewers are blind. So reviewers' names are not shown to authors. So this is in many cases used in real systems. And this is a rough flows of editorial operations. Okay, authors are here. The process starts by these authors to submit the paper to the publication office or publication system. Okay, so this is number one. Then paper information is sent to editor-in-chief, and editor-in-chief deliver this information to one of the associate editors. So he or she assigns associate editor. In general, there are many associate editors in one journal. So editor-in-chief choose one of the associate editors and ask him or her, please handle this article. And then associate editor received paper information from the from the system. And then associate editor assign reviewers. So in this case, there are two reviewers, reviewer 1 and reviewer 2. But depending on the journal, there may be more reviewers, 3, 4, 5, or whatever. And then the system asks us a review for those two reviewers. And then after some time, usually 4 weeks or so, those reviewers should write review reports. So system received review reports, and this is sent to the associate editor. And associate editor decide whether the paper will be accepted or accepted with a major or minor revision or rejected. Okay, and then the result is sent back to authors. Okay, so this is a general flow. There may be some minor differences depending on the journals. When you are a reviewer, how do you perform a review? First, you skim the paper, so roughly see the content and catch the author's claims and consider whether there are potential major flaws. And then you carefully read section by section. So starting from abstract, introduction, methods, results and discussion conclusions, and also figures and tables and references. So yeah, this include checking equations and suitability of figures and tables and so on, and write a review report. Of course, reviewers should recommend whether this paper will be accepted or rejected, or accepted with major or minor revisions. So reviewers try to find out what the writer or author is intending to do in this paper, that is the purpose of the paper, and what the intended audience is. So they praise what works well in the draft and point to specific passages. And well, they check whether important and interesting ideas are presented. So this is an important part. And is the main point clear and interesting? Is there a clear focus? Is the draft effectively organized? Is the sequence of points logical? And are ideas adequately developed? If appropriate, is the draft convincing in its argument? And is evidence used properly? And so on. So it's a very tough job to review a paper, and it's a time-consuming job. But by reviewing a paper, reviewers learn something new, and So in many cases, it's rewarding. Well, especially so reviewers try to do these things, and especially have the authors clearly stated the purpose, the methods suitable for the purpose, do the results accomplish the purpose, have the authors discussed the implications of their research in the discussion, do the conclusions match the data being presented, and do the conclusions fulfill the purpose. Okay, those are what reviewers check. Well, in short, they have to check novelty, appropriateness, validity, and logicality. And reviewers give constructive feedback describing ways that they could improve the research. Okay, so not only accept or reject, but also they try to feedback constructively. For example, the purpose is very well stated, and you write this method in this way, you solve the problem. But in my point of view, this is something different, rather than this way, but another way may be better, and so on. Okay, so reviewers' feedbacks are usually very useful for authors. And when you receive the review reports, you have to revise your manuscript, and you have to write revision notes. So this is also called rebuttals. But you have to be polite. So you start writing thank you for your careful review and your valuable comments and so on. Okay. Sometimes there may be a negative reviewer, but usually they don't change their opinion. So you should not fight with such reviewers. And sometimes a reviewer is wrong, but in that case, even in that case, don't say they are wrong, but say there seems to be a misunderstanding. Okay. If the misunderstanding arose from poor presentation, then you should admit it and offer to fix it. Okay. And be thorough. Okay. So usually, you wrote a long paper, 6 pages, 8 pages, 10 pages or so. So there are many points you claimed. And reviewers may point the problems in your claims. So you have to answer all the questions by the reviewers. And if the reviewers found a flaw, then admit the flaw and offer a fix. You have to fix thank you for pointing out my mistake. I correct that part to this, and so on. Okay. Oh, I have to stop now. So sometimes your paper may be rejected, but don't get depressed. It often happens. Okay. Especially if it is your first paper and rejected, you'll be very much depressed. But you received comments from the reviewers, and that helped improve your research and paper. So you can try again. And well, you may change the target journal depending on the situation. Well, finally, here's some data of international co-authorship. Okay, this is from this paper, and the data are from Times Higher Education 2014. It's already 5 years ago. But they analyzed the papers from young universities and old universities and average citations per paper. So for all publications, average citations per paper are like this. But international collaborative papers have more citations for young universities and old universities. Differences are like this. So 24% more or 18% more. Well, this doesn't say that if you collaborate with foreign researchers, you will get more citations. This is just a trend. Okay, so you may have a chance to have more citations if you collaborate with foreign researchers. Okay, diversity is a mother of innovation. Okay, so only domestic researchers group may be a little limited, but if you can collaborate with researchers from abroad, you may have better ideas by the discussion. So this is just an example of collaboration with foreign organizations. And you eventually you may be asked to review a paper. Then you know that you are regarded as a fledged researcher. So you have to respond to invitations promptly. Respond means you accept the request, or you may decline if you are too busy or if you have some reasons. But you have to consider potential conflict of interest. Okay, for example, the authors of the paper, your former colleagues or something like that. It is a conflict of interest, so you should not review the paper. And try your best to help the review process. As I told you, you learn from reviewing others' paper. Okay, how to write the paper. So presentation style may be different from yours. And that is repayment to the community. So when you submit a paper, someone review your paper. So others submit papers, then you may participate as a reviewer to repay to the community. So we can help each other. And when you accept the review request, you have to review promptly and return the review report in time. That is very important. Okay, thank you very much for listening. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Akinori Nishihara, for your great presentations on how to write the quality technical papers. Now it's time for Q&A. Okay, I saw there are 2 participants already asked in the Q&A. Okay, first, that is from Mr. Cecep Rusdiana. How to know the parameters are appropriate?
Well, it depends on the situation. You have to identify whether the parameters are appropriate, depending on the situation. Okay. Well, anyway, you have to. You are solving some problems, but if the parameters are far from real world parameters, that may mean nothing. Okay, so you decide whether it is appropriate or not, and claim that this setting of parameters are appropriate. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Correct. Okay. Thank you. So the next question is from Mas Sabirin Hadis. Actually, he is our IEEE Indonesia Student Activity Committee. Yeah.
Okay.
From east of Indonesia in Makassar. He asked 3 questions. The first question is how to avoid self-plagiarism if we write proceeding article and journal article on the same research work. And the second question is there a number of standards of reference in high reputable proceedings or journal articles? And also the number of self-citations, how much? And the third, how to write a good limitation study in research article.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Well, they are very important. Well, nowadays, submitting the same content to a conference and then to a journal is considered as a self-plagiarism. So you have to be very careful. For the conference paper, you submit preliminary results. But when you submit it to a journal, you have something new to add the conference paper. So you need some additional results. Then it's not self-plagiarism, but it's an extension of conference paper. Okay, and the number of reference?
Yes, in proceedings and journal, and also number of self-citation.
Well, not too many and not too little. And self-citation may be necessary if you have important previous publication, and especially if your current paper is an extension of your previous work, then you have to show the reference.
Yes.
But you don't need to, or you should not write so many of your articles which are not so related to your work.
Yes. Yes, correct. Okay.
Good limitation study. It's rather difficult, but when you develop the theory or during the manipulation of equations, you may assume something. For example, assume x is the absolute value of x is much less than 1, then you can use this equality, for example. Then that is a limitation of your method. So x should be much less than 1. Then your method has a certain limitation of applicability. So you should clearly say that to some extent your method is valid, but beyond that, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So before going to the next question in Q&A, I would like to say hi to our friend, Prof. Akid. Dr. Jennifer is here. Hello. Hello, Professor Jennifer. Are you there? Okay, I will text
Jennifer
her.
from the Philippines?
Yes, from the Philippines. He is our Region 10 student.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for joining.
Yeah, she asked her students also to join this event.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, now I'm going to read another questions from Mas Hamid. So I have attended an international conference and I got an invitation to submit my extended paper to a journal. After I checked, the journal was Q3, but I checked further on the web. The journal was included in the predatory journal. Is it better to submit it in the journal Q4 than in Q3, but be included in the predatory journal? So what do you think?
What is Q3 and Q4?
Oh, so quartile 3 in the Scopus index. In the Scopus. So yes. So which one is the better? Submit a paper in the quartile 3, but it is predatory journal, or better to submit in quartile 4, but not predatory journal?
Well, it's difficult to answer. I'm sorry, but you have to determine by yourself. Sorry.
So okay, okay, we move to the next questions from Mr. Ahmed Sabri. Shall we always the review paper? Oh, it should always to review paper should be a long paper, and what is the number of pages should be the review paper? So
well, the length.
The length
is not so important. Well, you know, some very important papers are very short, just 1 page or so. Well, if the idea is very fine and to explain the idea, it needs only 1 page, then it's okay. But in general, to explain your ideas, we need at least a few pages to develop the equations and theory and so on. So the length is not related to the importance or quality of the paper. If it is necessary to write long derivation of the equation, you use a long paper. But well, there is no general formula.
Right.
So yeah, even a short paper may be a good paper.
Yes, okay. Hi, Jennifer. Are you there? Hello.
Hello, Dia. Hello, Professor Aki.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for attending.
Yes. Okay, thank you for attending this event, Professor Jennifer. Okay, now we move to the next questions. Okay. Related to writing scientific manuscript, what is the best way to summarize finding in our research? Is there any guideline when we use a graph or table?
Well, I cannot say there is, but yeah, you have to consider how readers can better understand your ideas by graphs or tables, and maybe by sentence. Yeah, even with the sentence, there are many ways to write the same thing. But some sentences are easier to understand than others. So you have to consider many ways to express your idea and choose the best way you consider.
Yeah. Okay. So 2 more questions, Prof. Aki. Is it fine with you? Okay.
Okay.
So next question is from Mr. Sosteni. Okay, so he asked about if author wants to use the paragraph from his previous works, so it is necessary to make a paraphrasing, right? If he didn't make paraphrase in this paragraph, of course, it will be considered as plagiarism. He asked about you, like that.
Well, if that is your paper, then it's okay, no problem. But it depends on the length of the sentences. Yeah. For example, if you have 4-page papers, total 4 page, and 3 pages are same as the previous, then
of course
it is probably too long. But for some sentences, yeah, you may just copy from your previous work.
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, problem statement. Maybe similar to your problem previous work, but the solution may be different. In that case, the first part may be the same, but then in the previous work, I solved this problem in that way, but in this paper, we solve in this way.
Yes.
So in that case, the first part may be the same. That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the author should not copy a whole paragraph from previous work into the new paper, of course, right? Of course, it will be considered as plagiarism. Yeah, I think so. Okay. From Mr. Heru, what should we what should be done by the author if the advice from the reviewer is not possible within the given revision period? How to convey or reply to comments so that the reviewers can still consider the paper?
Well, yeah, it sometimes happens. And the first thing you can do is ask the reviewer or associate editor to have more time to revise. If they allow, that's okay. But if they don't allow, then you can do nothing. So just give up and resubmit as a new article.
Yeah. Is it possible to debate with the reviewers if the author believe that what they did were correct? So
Yes, it is possible. But as I told you, be polite, and misunderstanding may be due to your presentation style or your sentences. That may cause his reviewer's misunderstanding.
Okay.
But,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Please continue. You still have? Okay. Do you still want to explain, Prof. Aki, about how to debate reviewer? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think because the time is up, so please give applause to Professor Akinori for his great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Akinori. And also thank you very much for all participants who attend this event. And now I will return the time to the Master of Ceremony, Mbak Santi. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kurnianingsih. Okay, the first session was finished. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Akinori Nishihara. Okay, thank you for Dr. Kurnianingsih. Okay, the first session is finished. We will start the second session at 3:30 p.m. Okay, this time we used to break for salat asar, and maybe grab a snack or then stay tuned for second session. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mbak Santi.
Thank you so much, Prof. Akinori.
Thank you,
Thank you, Prof.
very much.
Akinori. It's
Thank
very
you, Prof. Aki.
Prof. Akinori, many
presentation.
participants attendee asking your presentations. Is it possible?
Okay. I will send you, and then please
Sir.
distribute. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I have some corrections, and after correction, I will send you.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Akinori. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Prof.
Good day.
Akinori.
Thank you, Professor.
Hi, thank you, Professor Jennifer.
Thank you so much
Okay,
for the invitation as well.
Yeah. So we will have a break for around 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
We will start in 3:30. Okay.
With Dr. Mahardhika from Nanyang Technological University, NTU. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Prof. Wisnu, can we start now?
Okay, Mbak Nia, it's already this time.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. Now we are move to the second sessions in this event. Today's event focus on scientific writing. So in the first sessions, we have listened from Professor Akinori Nishihara. He talked about how to write a quality technical paper. Now we are going to listen the second speaker from Dr. Mahardhika Pratama from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He will talk about tricks for A-star publications. So now I'm going to introduce Dr. Mahardhika Pratama. He is currently assistant professor at School of Computer Science and Engineering, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He is a senior member of IEEE. He is also with Simtech Associate A-Star Singapore. He is also currently serving as an ex-com member at IEEE CIS Singapore chapter. He is also a technical committee at IEEE CIS Emerging Technologies. He has published so many journal and conference, received top publications 80 plus in tier A, and then he received citation 1,766. H index now is 26. Currently, she has a three special issues, first workshop and special sessions, all in tier 1 journals and conference. He is also now serving as editor-in-chief at International Journal of Business Intelligence and Data Mining, publisher Inter Science in Scopus Index. So he is editor Evolving Systems, Complexity Journal of Controls and Decisions. He becomes a reviewer in many journals and also conference, and also as well as a program committee. He received awards, MIT University Researcher Award in Data Streams in 2019. He received award IEEE Transactions on Fuzzy System Outstanding Publication Award in 2018. He received award SAID UNSW High Impact Publication Award 2013 for HDR students in 2014. And he received the prestigious Engineering Achievement Award in 2011. He's going to speak about tricks for A-star publications. So welcome to all participants online via Zoom and also YouTube channels. So you may interact with the speakers by writing your comments and questions in Q&A box. Okay, that's for introductions. And now it's time for Dr. Mahardhika to deliver a presentation. Dr. Mahardhika, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kurnianingsih, for nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So I share my screen. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my talk. Today, I'm going to talk about tricks for A-star publication, especially in computer science. My name is Mahardhika Pratama. You can call me Dika. I'm from NTU Singapore. So the presentation outline of my talk today is, first, I'm going to give some example of top conferences and journals. And then we're going to, talk about why we have to write and how to write in details. And then we talk about co-authorship and referee process. Okay, it is easy for us to know how to check whether or not the publication venue is good or bad. Okay, you can go to, for example, SGR. This is, easy to access. And there you can choose your subject field, and then you can find out what is the publication venue in your field. Okay, so especially in computer science and AI, right? We have many publication venue that we recommend. For example, if you work in the area of computer vision, you can submit your work in ICCV, CVPR, or if you work in the area of artificial intelligence plus computer vision, you can go to this IEEE transactional pattern analysis and machine intelligence. Okay, but how can we know whether a publication venue is good or not? We can look at the SGR indicator. Right there, you can see the impact of a journal or conference. In this case, it counts the number of citations of that journal over the period of 3 years. Okay, and you can also look at the H index. H index tell you the number of articles that have received at least H citation over the whole period. So in that case, you can see whether or not a publication venue is good. For example, if we talk about computer science, actually computer science is a little bit unique because most scientists prefer to submit or publish their work in the conference, not in the journals. The reason being is because the area like computer science grows so fast, and it cannot, journal cannot keep pace with that, because the peer review process in journal can take at least 6 months or even more. For top conferences, for top journal like PAMI or artificial intelligence journal, it may take even 2 years to get your paper published in that journal, because the peer review process is very tough and quite tedious in that journal. Therefore, some people prefer to submit their work in the conferences. This is some of the example of good conferences in computer science or AI. We have CPBR, NIPS, ICCV, ECCV, AAAI, ICML, ICRA, right? WWW, and then we have CKDD. These conferences have their own focus. For example, if you work in the computer vision, then you need to, I think you need to consider CVPR, NIPS, ICCV, ECCV. Is focus on computer vision. But if you work on the general AI, right, it is recommended for you to submit your work in NIPS, AAAI. And if you work in the robotic, you can submit your work in the ICRA, for example. These conferences are top conferences, even though it is conferences, but the number of submission is very high. For example, I'm a program committee of AAAI. Each year, it receives over 10,000 submissions, and only 16% is accepted for publication. And during that process, there are 5 program committees invited to review the paper. And it is very interesting because we need to arrive at conclusive decision of a paper. So if, say, one program committee has different opinion from the others, then he need to justify why he gives that recommendation. So at the end, to reach a conclusion, one single decision whether to accept or to reject a paper. And then in the conference, the peer review process is a little bit different, because normally after we submit, there is what we call rebuttal period. During this rebuttal period, you can try to, defend your work. And the difference is this: in the rebuttal period, when you submit your work to conference, it is either survive or dying. Okay, because what happened is that if you submit your work, it makes sure that your work is spotless, meaning that there is no way a reviewer can attack you, right? Because if we find one mistake only, this can lead to rejection of your paper, right? On the other hand, in the journal, you still have a chance to revise your paper. So that is the difference. And previously, I submitted my work in the journal, but over the past 3 years, I focus on the conference because I think it is much faster and much more efficient. And then during this period, right, it is during the rebuttal period. Then after you submit your rebuttal, it is very important if your paper is in the borderline. So we have what we call borderline paper, slightly above the threshold or slightly below the threshold. This is a chance for us to, defend our paper. And it is different to write rebuttal from the revision note in the journal. Because in the revision note, you can say, okay, we will revise the paper and, this tell you how your paper has been modified based on the previous comments. However, in the rebuttal period, you need to, defend yourself why your paper is, acceptable. You cannot say, okay, I will revise the paper later. So this is not acceptable in the conference. Okay. And the top conference like NIPS, to be honest with you, I haven't got any publication in NIPS or, IEEE because I'm not working in this area, but I have some paper in the IEEE, CKDD. I have some paper on those 2 conferences because different topics and different, interests. I work mainly in data stream, so it is related with data mining, so we submit to KDD normally. However, in these conferences, I can tell you that the number of submission is very high, and we need to compete, of course, with other paper as well if you want to our work published. But one thing, right? Every field has their own quota. For example, large field like NLP, right? Normally they have more quota than people working in other field or people working in the area of, for example, graph neural network, right? This is very emerging field, and there are many papers. They normally have a quota, so they just select based on each field which paper is recommended. So even though the number of submission is high, you should not be worried too much because we just need to only compete with review with other paper in the same field. Okay, with other paper in the same field. And even now, conference is like a journal. Why? Because if your paper is rejected by a conference, you can resubmit to another conference given that you have modified your paper. For example, IEEE, International Joint Conference on Artificial Intelligence, this year, they accept rejected paper from NIPS from IEEE. So you can, if your paper is rejected, that is not the end of the story. You can submit your work to another conferences. And, in that case, you need to modify and then resubmit your work in that conferences. So I encourage I encourage everyone to, working in the area of AI or computer science to consider your work to be published in the conference. Okay. Now, why we have to write a publication? Because, well, it is clear that we want our work to be documented, right? We want our work to be documented and recorded, and we want to share our idea, right? We want to share our idea to our peer in the field such that, those interested with our method can, utilize that technology and, cite your work. Of course, if we write an article, we want our paper to get cited, right? We want our paper to get cited. We don't want to just simply publish, but we want to have our paper cited by other people in the field. That's why it is important for us to consider publication venue having high number of readers. So it increased the chance for our paper to get cited. So that's the reason why, it is important for us to write or publish our work in top journals or conferences. Now, even, I have several PhD students. If, I recommend them, even when they do literature survey, make sure that, we only consider, read paper from the top field, because in that case, the direction of the field, where it goes, right? So that's why how to write here, I say, we have to have fundamental knowledge about your subject or expertise. Example, if we talk about deep learning, for example, deep learning is so popular, right? But if we do research, we cannot just simply research in the area of general deep learning. We need to go deep inside the deep learning area, because inside of deep learning area, there are many subfields, right? Transfer learning, meta learning, few shot learning, continual learning, and so on, right? These fields are something that we need to consider. We need to go deep, and in that area, then you can read all the paper in that area. If there is a survey paper, that will be perfect, right? If there is no, then you need to read a lot, and based on that, you know which part is actually uncovered, which part is already covered. So in that case, we know where to contribute, right, our work. Now, we have to have fundamental knowledge about subject or expertise. We have to read the current works, right, survey. It is not discussed in details in this presentation, but, and also it is important for you when you read, as I said, consider only, for example, if you read about LSTM, right? LSTM, there are many works about LSTM, but I recommend you to read the original paper written by Justin Smith-Huber, right, in 1992, for example. So in that case, then you know the original idea of that work. Okay, so always refer to the sources of knowledge, and also consider, the top publication venue when you read a paper, because in that case you will know, okay, whether it is easier to identify the research gap, because this will determine the quality of our work and also the originality of our work, the significance of our work. How to find new things from the knowledge in our area that have not been found, right? This is pretty much related with the literature survey. Understand what to write, define your structure, stress on your originality of your work, the originality of your work, significance of your work, and so on. Avoid unnecessary explanation or discussion. For example, never overclaim, right? For example, you say, okay, this paper offers a very new method to do something, right? Don't overclaim that, because someone will not be happy about that. Just say that, okay, we propose a technique to solve this problem. That's it, right? Because if your paper is published, then people will know that this is a new work. You don't need to say that it is a new work, novel method, or so on, right? Please avoid to use that kind of term. Now, if you write the paper, right, the structure is like hourglass model, right? We start with something general, right? And then when we talk about our methodology, it will become, particular. And then when we discuss our method, then it will become general again. And then we discuss our conclusion, it will become general again. So in that case, always start with giving the overview of the general content of the field. For example, if we, for example, I work in the area of data streams. When I write a paper, I always talk about a general data stream first before I talk about the specific issue that I want to discuss, right? And after that, clearly tell what is the gap, what is the challenge of data stream, why research in the area of data stream is important, right? Later on, I will give you some example about that. Now, how to write? We start with the title. Choose a right title is important because, reader, when you read, we read the paper, then, interest of the reader is determined from the title of the paper. If the title is interesting and suitable for the research topic that the reader look for, then he will read it. Concise, abstract, organization of the manuscript start with introduction, body, manuscript, conclusion. Sometimes introduction, right? It can include survey of related work. It is combined as a one chapter in the introduction, or you can have different section, about related work, right? As different section in the paper. Okay, this is an example of a title. For a title, be specific and unique. It has to be different from others. Here, example of the title of a paper. This is from my own paper, Scalable Teacher Forcing Network for Weakly Supervised Large-Scale Data Stream. Right? From here, we know that Scalable Teacher Forcing Network is actually the method that we propose. And after that, weakly supervised large-scale data stream is something that we want to handle. Right? And we assume here, the problem weakly supervised large-scale data stream is not much touched in the literature. Right? That's why, right, finding the gap is important. So in that case, from the beginning, we are very clear with something that, with the content of the paper, right? It is, in this case, we can see that we propose a method that can solve weakly supervised large-scale data streams. Okay. Avoid to use title like distributed machine learning, right? This title is, too general. It is not clear what we want to handle. And then research on data mining. This is also should be avoided, right? Voice recognition using NLP. This is too general. Speech to text application. This is again too general. Okay. So in that case, the title should give you concise description of your paper. Okay, now abstract. Abstract is important component of the paper because most editor, right, because most editor, right, especially editor-in-chief, when you submit a paper, your paper can, if your paper goes, has received no news until when you submit, all right, say after a few weeks after you submit, that means good news. Why? Because it means that the editor-in-chief and associate editor doesn't reject your paper. Because sometimes we can give early rejection for a paper, right? And normally, as editor-in-chief, associate editor is very busy. They don't have much time to read the paper in more detail. They only read the abstract and the introduction. If the abstract introduction are not good, then they simply reject. We can do that because the reason of early rejection is normally because of the paper is not written well. The paper has lack of novelty. The paper is for example, has poor organization. This is the reason of early rejection. And if the paper lies in this category, then we can directly reject it. So that's why if you submit a paper and then after several weeks, you don't hear anything from the journal, it means that it is good news because your paper is actually sent to the reviewer. So before the paper is sent to the reviewer, actually there are several steps before that. Okay, there are several steps before that. And early rejection is actually a good thing because it means that if the paper is rejected, then the author can consider another publication venue, rather than you wait for a long time and without any news, right? And then finally your paper is rejected, then early rejection is probably good. So that's why there is a what we call reject without review. Okay, so that's why abstract introduction is very important, because this is something that editor-in-chief, associate editor look at. After the paper pass the associate editor and editor-in-chief screening, then it only goes to the reviewer, right? Once it goes to the reviewer, then that's good, meaning that probably 50% of your work is accepted. Of course, we cannot guarantee that all reviewer can recommend your paper for publication. Normally they give rejection, or they give major revision. But if your paper receive major revision, that means there is a chance for us to resubmit and revise and resubmit our paper, right? And now some journals have what they call reject and resubmit. Reject and resubmit is actually a kind of trick, because if your paper get this reject and resubmit, you still can submit your paper, resubmit your paper. But when you submit, it use different manuscript ID. It means that the rejection rate of the journal will increase, right? So that's why some journals have this kind of decision. But anyway, let's read this bit at the abstract. Large-scale data stream refer to high-speed information flow which cannot be processed in a scalable manner under traditional computing platform. In addition to well-known data stream problem, namely concept drift, large-scale data stream poses the challenge of accuracy drop if the model application step during the parallel computing is not properly designed, as well as the costly latent costs. This paper offers weakly supervised scalable deep forcing network to cope with weakly supervised learning problem of large-scale data streams. This scatternet is crafted under distributed computing platform of Apache, while featuring an open network structure to address the global and local drift problem. In addition, a new regularization technique is proposed to cope with the problem of noisy label. Performance of this scatternet is numerically evaluated in 6 large-scale data stream problems, showing highly competitive performance even compared with its fully supervised competitor. So here you can see that first we start with the introduction of the problem, right? Why we need large-scale data stream? Right, we need large-scale data stream because here it is, this problem cannot be processed in scalable manner under traditional computer platform. Okay, and after that, in addition to well-known data stream problem, namely concept drift, large-scale data stream poses a challenges of accuracy drop if model application step during parallel computing is not properly designed, as well as the costly latent costs. This is the challenge of large-scale data stream. Okay, so from the beginning until this word, right? This tell about the problem that we encounter if we deal with large-scale data stream. And then after that, brief introduction of the method that we propose. Okay. So here, right? What happened is that you don't need to tell in detail about the proposal of the method. Okay, the proposed method. You don't need to detail it. Just give the points. What is your method, right? And then after that, the summary of the performance of the method. Okay, for example, okay, our method can achieve how many % accuracy improvement, for example. Right? This has to be mentioned. Because if you propose a method, right, if your method discuss a new framework like what we do here, okay, then that's good, right? Or if there are other works that has done similar thing in the literature, then we need to say how much improvement we gain compared to state of the art algorithms. Okay, this has to be mentioned in the abstract. Okay, first, introduce the problem, and then second, the challenge of that problem, meaning that we need to explain, okay, we are not doing an easy problem. We are doing a complicated problem. That's why our paper is significant. Okay, and then clearly tell about the method that we propose, and then after that, summary of evaluation. Okay. Oh yeah, anyway, normally also, if you have the code published, right, you can write it here in the abstract as well. You can say, okay, we have our code available in this link, for example. You can give a GitHub link here in the abstract. Okay, because like top conferences or journal now, you know, encourage an author to have their codes published so that other people can evaluate the code. This is to support the reproducible research initiative, right? So that it is always good to have your code published. I mean, that accompany your paper. In this paper, actually, our code is published as well, but we don't mention in the abstract. We mention later in the experimental section of the paper. But you have an option as well to write it here if you have the code available in the paper that support finding of your paper. Code, the data, everything, you can put it here. You can, you know, give a GitHub link that, you know, direct the reader to the data as well as the code of that paper. Okay. Now, introduction. Introduction is very important as well, because as I mentioned, normally this is the major point that editor-in-chief, associate editor check when they screen the paper. Right. So first, it should be general and cover several concerns. Also, it should contain the importance of the subject. Right. The importance of the subject. Here, let's read this introduction together. The problem of data stream has attracted growing research interest because of its importance to handle current real-world problems where data samples are collected continuously in never-ending and dynamic environments. This issue requires not only fast data processing with limited memory burdens, but also capability in handling distributional variation of data stream. So this tell, right, from the beginning until this point, this tell is the importance of the subject. Okay, the importance of the subject. And then we continue with the problem of data stream have been addressed using different approaches, including blah, 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 right? Typically, data stream mining requires a technique in the field of drift detection and handling within reasonable space and time and memory complexity. Nonetheless, the issue of data stream deserves in-depth study because of the increasing challenges of data analytics in practice, such as limited access to ground truth and explosion of data volume. Right? These say what has not been addressed in the current literature. Okay, so we in this paper we create a new framework of data stream, meaning that we propose a new problem that has not been touched before. Okay, so that's why here we introduce, right, in data stream area in-depth study because the increasing challenges of data analytics in practice, such as limited access of ground truth and explosion of data volumes. The first one is known as the problem of weakly supervised learning, while the second one is understood as the large-scale data stream learning problem. Okay, so this is the introduction. And then, right, the keyword here deserves in-depth study, right? From the beginning, because we propose a new framework, then we need to introduce the problem of that that we want to handle, okay? So in that case, that's why we directly tell here the issue of data stream deserves in-depth study because of the increasing challenges, blah, 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 until this point. Okay. Okay. So in other words, limited access of the ground truth and explosion of data volume are two issues that we put forward here in our paper as the framework that we offer to in our paper. Okay. Now, overview on current research on the subject. Now, in that case, we go in detail for each specific problem. We have two problems, large-scale data stream and costly labeling costs. In the previous page, we already talked about that. And then here we talk in more detail about this field. Large-scale data stream capture massive information flow, which cannot be efficiently handled in a single computing node. Okay, this is definition of large-scale data stream. Okay, unlike conventional big data problem, where the size of information is constant and processed in the one-shot fashion, it refers to continuously growing information having to be processed in the single scan. Okay, it calls for a distributed computing strategy being able to handle never-ending information flow. Recently, there has been also a trend to perform distributed computing tasks under the view in lieu of cloud-based infrastructure. The underlying challenge lies in the fact where the model complexity grows exponentially if no proper complexity reduction step is implemented properly. It should not suffer from accuracy loss. That is, the distributed computing structure should induce similar or even improve accuracy compared to single node structure. So this is the challenge, and this is the recent work that has been done. Okay, so only one work here has been done, but the difference is that they use GPU instead of cloud-based infrastructure. And here we differentiate between large-scale data stream with conventional big data. Okay, because in large-scale data stream, we are talking about information that is growing, right? In big data, we just talk about information that is big, but it is constant. Okay, so this differentiate how we handle it. Okay, so after we talk about data stream, we talk about the challenges in the previous pages, and then we talk about large-scale data stream and explain it in detail. Okay. Okay, now here we continue. While massive information has to be executed in scalable fashion, annotation of large-scale data is unfeasible. So here we started with the issue of costly labeling costs or weakly supervised learning. Well, if we check the literature, actually, weakly supervised learning has been proposed, but it is not yet in the scope of large-scale data stream. Okay, so here we propose both problems: large-scale data stream in weakly supervised learning in large-scale data stream. Okay. While massive information has to be executed in scalable fashion, annotation of large-scale data stream is unfeasible. This issue leads to unavailability of only a small fraction of labeled samples. Or in the extreme case, labeled samples are only available during the warm-up phase, termed as infinite delay problem. This issue prohibits the use of fully supervised learning algorithm and requires a label enrichment mechanism via pseudo-label generation to self-annotate and label samples and the label augmentation approach to perturb label sample without their labels. The underlying challenge exists in the accumulation of own error, classification error, which typically causes loss of generalization performance because wrong labels are fed into the model update algorithm, thereby changing the shape of the decision boundary into a wrong direction. Online active learning is another possibility to decrease the annotation effort, but still it typically requires at least 10 to 20% of the whole stream to be labeled in order to keep model accuracy on a reasonable level. That is too much in large-scale streaming environment where billions of sample approaches during a day or even an hour. So when we talk about weakly supervised learning, then we need to clearly say what is the gap. Okay, the gap here is very important. So people will know, okay, weakly supervised learning problem is there, but it is not yet in the context of large-scale data stream. And it is important, significant problem. Why? Because we are talking about large-scale data stream. Say, if there are 10 million samples, then we need to have a user to label all those 10 million samples, which is quite difficult, right? And this 10 million sample is not constant, but it is growing. So that's why when the reader reads the paper, he has to get the message. Okay, he has to get the message from that. And then here, introduction, discuss or oppose existing assumption, if any. So here some method like active learning that is normally used in the standard weekly supervised problem, right? It is not applicable in large-scale data stream context because it still requires 10 to 20% of the whole stream to be labeled. Okay, this is the reason. So in that case, we clearly show the reader that clearly show to the reviewer and so on, right, that the problem that we propose, right, is important, right, is important. And here also we need to formulate a research question, right? In this example, how can we design a framework that covers large-scale data stream problem and the limited access to the ground truth? So in this case, how can we design a method to handle these two problems? This is the message that we built from the beginning, okay? And then we propose approach that we have here. In this case, we propose what we call PA3 is derived from the concept of mixed match, blah, 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 blah. This is the method that we propose in this case, okay? And we need to clearly say if there is prior work before this, then we need to clearly say what is the difference. In this case, you can read this paragraph, right? This is a difference from 26, where scatter net is built upon teacher forcing principle and the fuzzy neural network paradigm. So if this is a prior work, right, we here have to clearly say what is the novelty of your work. We cannot only propose, but we need to propose something novel, right? Right. Novelty of the work has to be justified. So that's why if there are similar work, right, we need to clearly point out where the difference is. Okay. Writing is very important actually. I noticed, right, some paper published in top conference like NIMS, right? Actually, if we look at the code, right, of that paper, right, there is not much difference between the paper that there is not much difference between the method that an author proposed later from the earlier. Okay, in that case, the way he present the paper is completely different. So writing is very important. Writing is very important. The way you write has to, clearly attract the attention of the reader, and has to be clear which one is novel, which one is not novel. Even I come across one paper, the difference is only one line of code, but the way he writes is completely different, and finally he get the paper published in NIMS. Okay, so that's that with good writing, of course, contribution has to be made, right? Scientific value has to be there. But the way we bring the message across is also very important. Okay. Now, here, I like a paper to clearly mention what is the major contribution, right? So that's why in the end of the introduction, always have, always mention the major contribution of a paper. Right? In this case, we look at this. This is our major contribution. The major contribution of this paper are sum up as follows. WSCatterNet is proposed to handle weekly supervised learning problem of large-scale data streams. 2. WSCatterNet is implemented under Apache Spark to address the exploded information stream by distributed learning of evolving models on separated computing nodes. 3. New regularization strategy in the RFWLS method is put forward to prevent accumulation of error as a result of noisy pseudo labels. 4. Single pass zero shot merging strategy design, blah blah blah. So in that case, at the end of the introduction, it is important to summarize what is the main contribution of the paper. You don't need to list everything that you do, but only list the major contribution. Okay. Only so after you explain the methods that you propose, then what is the novelty of that method? Then you need to write, one paragraph that explain about the novelty of your method. Okay. So in other words, introduction should mention about the research grounds, the major contribution of this paper. Okay. Now content. Well, I prefer when I write a paper, I always have problem formulation section. Okay, because normally if we propose a problem that has not been addressed in the literature, then we need to introduce that problem. All right. So always have problem formulation section that describe the problem to be handled and any assumption, if any. Okay. So in that case here, if you read this paragraph, this is about the problem that is about the problem of weakly supervised large-scale data streams. Okay, because the paper that we that we present as an example here is the paper that offers a new framework that has not been addressed in the literature. Okay, so in this case, the large-scale data stream problem is formalized as P1, P2, P3, and so on until Pk, where K denotes the number of data batches unknown in practice, while Pk labels the gate data stream with the size of T. Because of the speed of data generation, T is very large, such that it is infeasible to be processed under traditional computing platform. Okay, Pk comprises a pair of data points, X, Y, and so on, where UM respectively denote the number of input dimension and output dimension. Our model is simulated in the sequential test and train fashion, where it is forced to predict the input sample xk, while the predictive accuracy is measured independently per data stream. Once the tagger label yk is available, model update and evolution is executed. All right, this is just part of the example, but actually the problem formulation section itself is more than this. So I don't show everything here, but the important thing that probably you need to be aware of is that always have problem formulation section to introduce the method, to introduce the problem that the paper handles. Okay, because if we look at some good paper, right, they propose new framework, right? For example, there is a work about continual learning, right? And then there is another work about few shot learning, right? Sometimes people, combine these two and have continual few shot learning. In this case, continual few shot learning is not yet addressed in the literature. Then the assumption of that problem has to be mentioned in the problem formulation section. And then, okay, so next is about proposed method. Okay, proposed method tells about the method that you propose, that we propose in the paper. Okay. Learning procedure and their component. Right. In this case, we organize our paper as follows: learning procedure, inference procedure of scatter net, penalty and reward mechanism, global drift handling mechanism, paced learner pruning approach, paced learner learning approach, and model fusion. There are some cases that our method similar to previous work. If we notice the difference of our method to the previous work, it should be highlighted. So never hide a thing. Okay, never hide a thing. What I mean is that sometimes I review many papers, and there are some cases that author try to hide the weakness of their method. This is not good. Okay, this is not good. So if there is a weakness, then we need to clearly mention. Okay, we need to clearly mention and explain why this weakness happened and how to address that weakness. Okay, don't hide. So sometimes author know that there is a mistake or there is a weakness in the algorithm and try to hide that information. So this is not recommended. Or some methods is, probably similar to other methods. So in that case, clearly mention what is the difference, especially in the methodology section here, because we are talking about something specific and sometimes there are similarities. Then we need to, clearly mention what is the difference. Okay. This scatternet is the name of a framework or algorithm. All right, this is the algorithm that we have here. This algorithm demonstrates an evolutionary structure for both global and local, and blah, blah, blah. Inference procedure here, this is just about the content of the paper. Next, it is important for us to have clear picture to describe the framework as well as the algorithm itself. And to explain the algorithm, I normally like to have pseudocode. Okay, because pseudocode is much better than flowchart in my view. Right, so in that case, have pseudocode, because pseudocode can explain clearly how the method works. Okay, how the update is performed, for example. Right, so in that case, always have this, right? One figure and pseudocode to explain your algorithm. It is important. Why? Because it is important to guide the reader with particular methods located in our big framework. Okay. This is an example of pseudocode. Right. Result and conclusion. Well, result section is very, very important because it is proof of concept. Okay. So you need to demonstrate. It is our job as an author to demonstrate that our method is working. Now, it is not only better than other methods. Of course, comparison is very important. We need to have comparison. We propose an apple, so we need to have another comparison with another apple. Which one is bigger, right? That's important. And also, in addition to that, we need to have appellation study. Or if there are hyperparameters in your algorithm, then we need to have sensitivity analysis to explain, the sensitivity of the parameter. And if you have any comparison, it should be clearly explained how you compare your method. It has to be fair, right? It has to be fair. For example, if other network has hyperparameter, then you need to tell in the paper how you set the hyperparameter of that method. Okay. Comparison is very important because if there is no comparison, then we don't know whether our method is better or not. Okay, or to what extent our method works. Okay. Now, the results should be elaborated to show that our hypothesis is not committed. Provide some result that claim our hypothesis is proven using appellation study. Appellation study is like to see the effect of the method. For example, if you have an algorithm and your algorithm consists of 5 components, then you need to clearly show how each component is actually necessary and support the performance of your algorithm. Okay. Investigate the advantage of your framework. Now, in our paper, what we do in this scatternet paper is that this scatternet is compared with other algorithm on the weakly supervised environment. So there is a comparison here. And then we also see the effect of number proportion of label sample to the performance, okay, whether it is affecting the performance or not. And then appellation study that discuss the effect of regularization in performance. Now, conclusion is not the same with abstract, okay? Conclusion is not the same with abstract. And conclusion is not the same with introduction either. Okay. Conclusion should give concluding remark of your paper. Concluding remark here means you need to include the summary of your numerical result, what you get from your numerical result, and then that is the message that you need to send across in the conclusion section. Okay. Now, co-authorship yeah, it is good to have collaboration, right? It is good to have collaboration. For example, if you are junior, it is good to ask someone more, reputable in the field to collaborate with you, especially those who are from the same fields, right? Collaborate with them, and then from there you can learn also how you can generally get a feedback, right, from this big fish. For example, if you work in the continual learning, for example, then it is good to contact, renowned researcher in this field to collaborate with you, right? That is always recommended. And if this collaboration sustain, right, later on, you can be invited to be an author as well in their paper. So it is possible. When I did my PhD, I did this, right? I contact several big fish in the field, and then, we collaborate, and I learned a lot from them, right? I learned a lot. Of course, you have supervisor. As long as supervisor doesn't have any objection for you to collaborate with, other people, then that's good. You can collaborate and give valuable feedback from them. Okay. Oh yeah, another important thing is about keyword. Keyword is very important. I forgot to put it in my slide. But keyword is very, very important, because if you select wrong keyword, no reviewer can be found. If no reviewer can be found, then there is a problem, right? The problem is that your paper will get delayed to be published. Okay, so that's why choose a right keyword. And keyword should not be too specific, but should not be too general. Okay, so you need to make sure that you select a right keyword. Okay. Okay, referee process. It is important when you get your work published, right? Normally you get an invitation to review a paper. It is always recommended to accept this invitation. Okay, because why? Because you can learn. You can learn how to see the weakness of a paper. All right, the weakness of a paper, then you can avoid when you write a paper to avoid those mistakes. Okay, always, it is good to get involved in the referee process. And if you want to be editor, the first part is normally goes to the, normally you start you start to be a reviewer first. And then once you review a lot of paper, then when you want to be associate editor, normally editor-in-chief will look at the quality of review that you provide when you become the reviewer. So that's why it is important for you to be reviewer if you are invited. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all for my talk today. If you have any question, I will be happy to discuss with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mahardhika, for the great presentations. Now it's time for Q&A sessions. So we have a question from Mr. Stanley Carroll. Can you give us tips and enlightenment? How can we choose to publish paper at conference or journals?
Choose to publish in conference or journals. Well, it depends on the space that you need to present your idea, right? Of course, if the conference is so conference, I always recommend to publish in a journal, right? Unless it is prestigious conference like, as I mentioned, they have more value than journal. Okay, but if the conference, if you have so many things to share in your paper, so you need more spaces. If you need more spaces, then it is good to have your work published in a journal, because journal normally has more number of paper and more number of pages than conferences. Conferences is normally short, right? So in the conference, it has to be very specific. What I mean is this. Normally, contribution that we put in the conference is not many. It doesn't mean it is not significant though. It is significant, but probably you present 1 or 2 contributions, then put it as a conference. Because conference, like for example, IEEE, it is only 8 pages, right? With 8 pages, 7 pages for the content and 1 page for the references. And then for IEEE, for example, International Joint Conference on Artificial Intelligence, is even just 6 pages. So the number of pages is not many. So if you have more things to share, then I recommend you to have a paper published in the journal, right? But you know, conferences now is very popular, so you can consider to submit your work in the conference as well, right? And sometimes even, you know, people, when they have more things, they can have it published in the conference with extra supplemental document. So there is supplemental document to accompany the paper. Okay, I hope it answered the question.
Yeah, thank you. And then move to the second questions from Mas Nur Hamid. Yeah, I want to ask about publication time on the platform such as the Elsevier Journal Finder. It provides an average estimate of a manuscript for the first decisions and time to publication. How accurate is the stated duration, and when it is longer than it is stated there? So
okay.
Doing.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. Well, actually, the review time vary, and there are several reasons why the review time can take longer. It is because normally most common reason is because the editor cannot find reviewer. Okay, so that's why keyword is very important. Although now there are several tools that, you know, publishers try to have to match the paper with the reviewer, right? So still this problem happens. So that's why keyword is important. Normally, right, on average, one review process, I mean when you submit and then get to the initial decision, right, it is around 2 to 3 months. And then normally to get the paper fully published, it requires 3 rounds of review process. So in total, it can be 6 months, 6 months to 4 months, 6 months to 1 year. This is the normal time. But for some journal, which is very prestigious, right? In machine learning, for example, we talk about artificial intelligence journal from Elsevier. The name is just artificial intelligence, or journal of machine learning research. This is so long. Okay, it can be even, you know, 2 years, because they are very particular in the review process. Okay, they are very particular in the review process. And then another thing, sometimes the impact factor of the journal doesn't determine the reputation of that journal. There are some journals which have not so high impact factor, but they are very prestigious. For example, like Journal of Machine Learning Research, the impact factor is not high, probably just 3 point something, but it is very difficult to get our paper published in that journal. Or Artificial Intelligence Journal. This one is, the impact factor is only 4, if I'm not wrong. But they are very difficult. The reason why the impact factor is so low is because the review time is so lengthy. I mean, so long.
So long. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Next question from Mbak Sinta. Is there some clue about the size of data when we want to publish our research in reputable journal or a star conference?
Sorry, can you repeat, Mania?
Oh, where is it? Oh, is there some clue about the size of data when we want to publish our research in journal or a star conference?
Well, now, all right, some journal in IEEE, all right, have what they call code ocean or data import also.
Yes.
I forget the name.
IEEE data port. Yeah.
Yeah, IEEE data port. Yeah. So there, I'm not sure. I cannot remember what is the maximum size there, but it is good. I mean, you can upload your code in the code ocean, and the good thing for code ocean is that your code cannot be accepted if it cannot be executed. Okay. Your code cannot be accepted if it cannot be executed. So in that case,
they will try.
Yeah.
Our code. Yeah.
Yeah. So it has to be until it is working, executable, then it is accepted.
Right.
Like that. But it is good. I mean, with this initiative, right, it is easier for science to grow. It is easier to science to grow because you can check the code, can run the codes by yourself, something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
And you have GitHub also, right? GitHub is available always. So you can utilize that code. Normally, I use GitHub. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So from Pak Jody, your presentation is very interesting. You mentioned many things about how to make a good writing paper for publications. Writing article need an expertise and must be done very often. So questions is based on your experience. When do you start writing article and how many paper and article you have written and published in the reputable journal? When did you start?
Well, I'm very lucky because at that time when I did my undergrad project, my supervisor encouraged me to publish my work. Of course, my early paper, right, when I was undergraduate student, the quality is not that great, but I tried because, you know, writing a paper is like driving a car. Okay. The more you get, the more you have experience, the better your expertise is. So for early career researcher, I encourage you to start because, as I said, sometimes, you know, the contribution is not that different, but because, I mean, of course, the contribution has to be there, but the way you write determines whether or not your paper can be published. Okay, so that's why, you know, take a chance to start to write, and then, you know, by experience, the quality of your writing becomes improve.
Okay, so thank you. Next questions from Ruth Samantha. So what if the proposed method doesn't work? Is the paper worth for being published or publication? If the method doesn't work.
If the method doesn't work, it means that you need to do more research. You need to do more research.
You have to write the paper. Oh, yes. Okay. So, very simple answer. You have to try till your proposed method works well. Okay.
Yeah. Even, you know, even if your method works, we need to make sure that it is better than existing methods. It is better than baseline.
Yeah, we have to compare, right, with other.
Yeah, we have to compare. Even if we do the comparison, we need to do statistical tests. Okay, and make sure that the difference is statistically significant. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so how about if the method we create, I mean, there is maybe the author couldn't find the existing method applied on the dataset or a similar case, or how about how about if also, that's the case.
If there is that's good questions. If you cannot find existing method in that specific problem, then you can have a baseline algorithm. For example, the paper that I just saw that we discussed just now, right? To the best of my knowledge, there is no direct comparison for our algorithm. So in that case, we compare with fully supervised algorithm. So we set the fully supervised algorithm as a baseline. So if our method say comparable with fully supervised, although it is not better, but comparable, then it still have an advantage. So if there is no direct comparison, you can set a baseline, right? You can set a baseline.
So, Mahardhika, so I also have, I propose a new method for data streaming, but applied in data set I collected, but I couldn't find, as I informed, another method applied in the same. But I want to publish in a Journal of Biomedical Health Informatics, IEEE MBS, impact factor. Can I compare? Actually, I can compare, and my proposed method received better when I compare with another applied in another data set like NYC, TXT, something like that. Or can we? But we talk about health. That's why maybe not apple to apple data set.
And in that case, you can compare with standard data stream algorithm, right?
So, not related with the health, although my problem is in the health. Okay.
Yeah, you can compare with standard data stream algorithm. In data stream, there is a tool called Scikit Multiflow. Scikit Multiflow. So there you can find many methods, and you can run. You can find many algorithms that has been published in the area of data streams, and then there you can also upload the data, and then the framework will process the data into pseudo streaming environment.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Scikit Multiflow. Yeah. Before people use MOA, but now because Python is very popular, then they develop in the Python framework called a Scikit Multiflow. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So next questions from Mbak Rizkyana Dewi. To what extent can a method be considered a novelty and regarded as acceptable in a journal? Are modifications to the previous method considered as up to date? And some journals have limitations in the number of pages that must be submitted. So what are the tips for summarizing some explanations and experimental results? I think many authors wants to publish many results, but it's difficult to summarize, to make it shorten, especially for open access.
Yeah.
It's very expensive, right?
First, regarding to the novelty, right? Novelty is significant or not if you can claim that it is novelty is. I mean, how to say? Something is novel if you can claim that it is significant. For example, right? This is just an example. Deep learning, right? Then I change the activation function with different one, right? This is novel, can be considered somehow, right? But whether it is significant or not, it is question, right? If we propose another activation function that works much better than the existing one, that may be significant. Okay. And the second question regarding to the number of pages, you can put some of the content in the supplemental documents, right? Don't put everything in the main paper, but some content like figure and the table that is not the main idea, the main content of the paper, can be put in the supplemental document. But make sure that the paper is self-contained. Okay, make sure that the paper is self-contained, meaning that people can read it based on that paper only. Okay, so other things can be put in the supplemental documents, and some journal actually, when you submit your paper, this material supplemental document is peer reviewed as well, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Oh, next questions. From so many from the same person, but asking many questions. So I will summarize. So how to accept in high impact journal? I think the main question like that, high impact here is I say journals. Okay.
You mean how to get accepted in the?
Yeah, how to get accepted in a high impact journal?
Well, I can say, right, it depends on the quality of the research. Okay, that's why when you one, it depends on the quality of the research. Second, it depends on the quality of the paper, meaning that how the paper is presented, right? That's why when we do research, we make sure that we do proper literature survey so that the gap that we put forward, right, is correct. Okay, because when we submit a paper, right, your paper will be reviewed by people working in that field. Okay, so make sure that you do proper literature survey and then put the issue right. Okay, that's, I think, is the key. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, and the next question is from my friend, from Professor Jennifer De La Cruz. So, what impact factor is practical as requirement for dissertations of PhD students?
Well, for me, I don't agree that PhD thesis is judged based on the number of paper it published. That's my view, because sometimes, right? Sometimes PhD doesn't. For example, for us here, publication is important because, but it has to be like that. Normally, for me, when the work is done, right, although it is not published yet, it is still a piece of work. At the end, it comes back to the quality of the research itself, right? But it is recommended for us to publish our work so that, it is good for the student as well, because later on, probably when this thesis is sent for reviewer, for examination, then probably the examiner is the expert in the field. And if the paper, if the content is published, then it is good for the student to graduate, right? So that's, I think, but I don't agree that, okay, to put a standard where student has published certain number of paper to graduate. So I don't agree that. Even in the top university, we don't have that. Even in MIT or Stanford, I don't think they have any requirement for minimum number of paper to be published. Yeah.
Okay. So last questions, I think, from Mas Aditya. Yeah. If our research is about sensitive matters, for example, on network security, how to describe the data and methods used so that it doesn't become a problem?
Yeah, that's good. Well, when you describe a method, your experiment, everything, right, you need to describe it in very, very detail. Because at the end, your paper should be able to be reproduced by other researchers, right? Giving a data is one thing, right? For me, for my group, right, normally we put everything online. The code, the data, the raw numerical result, everything online. But in addition to that, we need to also describe it very clearly. For example, how you set the hyperparameters, how many times you run the how many times you run the experiment, right? And then what is the statistical method that you use to validate the result? This has to be very detailed, right? Because at the end, other people should be able to reproduce your result. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I think so. So maybe my last question to you, could you please maybe inform about because you are editor-in-chief in a journal IGBDM in Interscience, maybe you can share about the journals, maybe, or tips and tricks or something like that to the participants.
Well, as I said, right, my tips and trick is that when you write a paper, right, make sure you select a good keyword so that we can easily find the reviewer from that keyword. Second thing is about introduction and abstract. They are very important because this is where the screening from editor-in-chief and also associate editor is determined, right? So in that case, make sure that the abstract and the introduction are good. The third thing is about the quality of the paper as well. The quality of the research is the more important thing, right? Make sure that when you run the experiment, it is comprehensive. You run it using different number of seed, and different number of runs, something like that, and make sure that the result is conclusive, right? So that's my tips and trick. Yeah, because it is very easy, right? It is very easy to point out the mistake from the experiment. Because the method sometimes is very complicated. Of course, for me, myself, if I read a paper, I cannot, directly understand 100% the method, right? Because it is complicated as well. But it is very easy to point out the mistake from the experiment. So that's why make sure that the experiment is solid. Yeah, I think that's for me, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I missed one question, but in the chat box, sorry. So from Pak Muhaimin Jakarta, how about tips for making interesting gap research beside methods and algorithms in the context of information system research?
Sorry, it is about interesting paper, is it?
It is about interesting gap research besides methods and algorithms.
Well, we can have application paper, right? Some journals, right? Even like, for example, IEEE transaction on neural networks, right? This is very specific journal about neural network and machine learning, right? But they have special track about application, and top conference like CKDD, for example, they have special track about application. So application is also important, but when write a paper, application only is sometimes not enough. There should be some innovation in the method itself. Okay, so there is some modification. There should be some modification in the method itself. Yeah. Although it is not as big as theoretical paper.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think there is no other questions. You already answered so many questions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe Professor, do you want to add something, or do you want to ask something, or maybe Pak Hari?
Maybe I want to, yes, Mas Dr. Mahardhika, even you are maybe still young, you have so many publications, so maybe we hope from your presentation, maybe, especially the student can get the spirit how to follow your path, become a good researcher. Okay, thank you very much for your very interesting and impressive presentation. This is my additional comment, Mbak Nia. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Wisnu.
Thank you, Prof. Wisnu.
Yeah. So now from Pak Hari, Dr. Hari, Head of Department.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahardhika. Okay, so I'm very glad that we have you in this event. Yeah, similar to Prof. Wisnu. Yeah, hopefully what you present today will inspire our graduate student, especially here in Fasilkom UI, and also all attendees in general. Okay, hopefully we can keep in touch. Success for your research also in Singapore. Thank you. Thank you, Bunya.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hari and Dr. Mahardhika. Okay, now I think please give applause to our speaker today, Dr. Mahardhika. Thank you, Dr. Mahardhika, for your great talks. And some of participants asking about whether you can share your presentations file to us.
Sure. I can share my presentation slide. Yeah, I will send it to you or
Okay. Then our team will send the certificate along with the presentations files.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mahardhika.
Thank you,
all attendee. And for the attendee, you can also keep joining us on this Saturday with another speaker, Dr. Wahyu Kaisandra from Universitas Brunei Darussalam. He will also talk about scientific writing. And another sessions from Dr. Wahyu in 17 April, he will also talk about deep learning. Yeah, maybe Mas Hamid, can you share the link for this Saturday, link for joining Dr. Wahyu Kaisandra in the chat box, so participants can join again in the next Saturday. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mahardhika. Have a good evening for you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Mbak Nia. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Prof. Indrio, Dr. Hari.
Thank you also, Prof. Akinori.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof.
Bye.
Thank you, Prof. Akinori.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone. See you again.
Okay. Sudah ya. Thank you, Mbak Nia.
Ya.
Alhamdulillah sudah selesai.